Right. How you guys doing? Hi, Mark. Well, I know you guys are autistic and you don't like change, so this is the trigger warning before I turn the camera on. Yeah, meta's super overvalued. Blonde Gurk. I wish it. I wish that was true. That's way too blue. Yeah, that's very blue. There's a hole in your head? Oh, yeah, because the green. That's actually awesome. The color gay. Market hates it. Perfect. Can you give a close up of the front? Yeah, sure. It's got like a little Gamma Strike logo on the back. It is dope. Shilling intensifies. You know it. I want that hat. I don't want a blue Gamma Strike hat. I want that one. Hmm. It's extra large. It is fitted. You want custom sizes? Actually blow me, Bob. Who does that? Who's selling custom sized hats? I'm not a fucking sports team. What's the cult looking hat you're wearing? That's for Gamma Strike. Now I gotta figure out if I can fix the. Because that's gonna be annoying. Hmm. Son of a bitch. Your head's so big that any peek of the order book. Thanks. Hmm. Well. Mm-mm. That's fucking annoying. We'd be modeling the GS thong as well. We'll see. That's gonna take some time. Nvidia bulls only come out at night now. Probably hedging off their fucking. No, no, no. Wait, there was like conflicting news on Nvidia earlier. There was like some sort of overnight announcement that was bullish. Like I don't remember. Jensen said something about like, oh, even DeepSeek like emphasizes the need for our chips. And then they were like, no. And then, oh yeah, the TSMC tariff announcement. Did you trade Globex at all? I traded some futures this morning, but I mean, nothing that fun. Can you provide some level-headed analysis on the Nvidia drop? Are we a buy here, or will the rest of the tech sector catch up with this drop? I don't know. Looks pretty fucked to me. Especially with a tariff against Taiwanese chips. They already have puts. Had them for a while. Sounds like Trump had Nvidia puts. I wanted to make sure they printed extra hard. Now he's holding public office with financial disclosures. His son probably had Nvidia puts. Oops. Those are some nasty dumpies. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see how positioning's looking. So we got some bot puts to the downside, 6,000s, 59.95, 59.90. There's a synthetic short at 6,000, sold calls at 60.10. There's a synth long out at 60.30. Nope, synth short, sorry. Nope, looks pretty shitty all the way down. Well, a little bit of sold put support, 59.85. 59.80, and some sold puts here at spot at 6005. That's about it. Gamma and Delta both opening the day negative. Gamma flip is up at 6018. Delta flips at 6030 right now. Thanks, man. Did I switch timelines? Maybe. What if I put it on backwards? Ooh, that works too. It's not as obvious. I'll keep my chivalry up front. What happens when the number one juiced company stops making billions and billions and billions because the Chinese man defeated their business with a few lines of code? No, just longer training times. Mostly the same code. You're like a stock weatherman forecaster, except unlike the weather, you tend to be accurate in your predictions. Should I go fishing this weekend in a private cabin? Thanks in advance. If you do, bring condoms. Instantly turned into prison Mike. I'm trying to. Nah. How do you know when puts or calls are sold or bought? I have tools that make assumptions. There's so many questions, but I'm gonna buy so many condoms. Perfect. For the last time, we're not tools, we're colleagues. Good morning, Atomic. Your Canadian clothing retailer is going to the moon. We'll never get on. I know, it's really annoying. God damn, look at this fucking Chad. What's up, Nick? I'll ship you guys out your founders hats this week. Are you saying that even data is edging now? Business spending edged higher. It did. It's an accurate description. I used words to convey meaning, and I think I did it in a manner which was understandable to speakers of my language. Do we get beta hats? Fuck no. Any AGL tip action? There's no tips. The fuck are you talking about? I don't have tips set up for AGL. Never have. How low are we going? 59.80? How does one learn to speak Gork? It takes a little while. I suggest immersion. I'm waiting for the t-shirt. I'd look dumb as fuck in that giant blue hat. Not true. I miss the days when the tips touched and we got excited. Me and dorks still do that sometimes. It's 2025. Giant blue hats are in. Exactly. You think SRF is going to keep dumping if the AI hype is dwindling? Yeah, but it didn't go up because of just AI hype. It went up because there's a shortage of uranium. So just because it's selling off because people assume that the price was driven by AI hype doesn't mean that it's not going to pick back up again. Unless someone pulls a bunch of uranium out of their ass, it's still a problem. Also, don't put uranium in your ass, guys. Shut the fuck up, AJ. It's gonna be pretty wild when people from the pickle jar start recognizing each other in public. Wait till you see the hoodies. I'm just kidding. We haven't made those. Don't know what to do. You're not my dad. It's actually really nice. I need a propeller hat. Well, you could just put a propeller on this one. Like a spoiler on a 98 Civic. Good morning. If you want to reload on Fubo 128 cost basis, where would be a good place to add more? I don't know, like 3 or 250? The downside's pretty well supported at like 350, $3. I have a spoiler on my Corolla. Same thing. Nice. You should make the letter gamma be the spinner on the hat. I wanted that so badly, actually. Just so Otis could just sit there and spin it all day. Leverage starts to move the other way, Bob. I mean, we got slightly inflationary data this morning. I think the downside was pretty expected. We're losing 6,000 a bit, but it'll probably hold up. It should at least offer some support. They'll want to keep from slipping below the synthetic puts or the synthetic short. 59.95 has some bot calls. There's bot puts all the way down to 90, and then there's like a bit of a sold put wall at 80, 85. The next like downside target for ES here is like 6,004. So maybe come back up and retest 60-40, and then if that fails, drop some more. I think it'll be kind of grindy. I don't expect us to get a ton of price action today. I think a lot of interest is going to be put towards like getting realized vol down and getting options cheaper into tomorrow for FOMC. Yeah. They get Beyblades or something to defend ourselves with. I don't have a Porsche. No, what are you talking about? Nice try. Thoughts on Starbucks earnings? I have $100 puts for March, and I think they could have bad projections. How best to hedge the upside just in case? Calls? You get a debit spread for like that's wide enough to cover your premium. Might be a bit cheaper given the increased volatility going into earnings. That's like a really like old school way of playing earnings. You buy like the direction you think the stock's gonna go. So you buy the directional, say it's like 700, right? And then you can buy like the at the money debit spread in the opposite direction. $7 wide. That's just an example, but the problem here is, trade flat. You get fucked. Velour GS tracksuits. Jacket only zips 3/4. The chest is always out. Okay, interesting. With all not budging after the 3% dumpies, and core 3 in 1 month still looking poopy. Skew's not really moving either. Is there a lot of room for dumpies on any bad data? Well, we have to see how things reposition. I mean, this morning's positioning is a little bit bearish. But obviously things are going to shift hard with probably with the FOMC decision. But yeah, I agree. We're not really seeing much move. I mean, correlation's breaking down, and the TSMC or Taiwanese tariffs announced potential tariffs announced this morning are very bearish for a market that's driven heavily on the manufacturing of Taiwanese chips, right? It's like a 1-2 punch with DeepSeek fucking over the AI narrative. I'll hunt on Amazon for miniature propeller prop things. It has to be silly but tasteful. Nice. See if you can find one like on a spring. That's really gonna add a level, like a bit of levity to it, you know? Did you take a look at QQQ? Sure. Mm, QQQ looks kind of fucked. It's weird. Mm, it's a little bit more underwater than the SPX is. Gex seemed to be turning before the dump. I mean, it flattened out. It was still going up, though. Was there a tell there? Sure. I mean, positioning was, kind of went flat for a couple days. But QQQ kind of traded flat for a few days in there. So you burn up $1,400? Yeah. DeepSeek Doomers have been all over LinkedIn the last 24 hours because they're about to lose their prompt engineering positions. Why would I get calls on Intel? I don't have any fidget spinners. You mentioned 60/40. Do you think we hit there before dropping again? Yeah, it makes sense to retest that level. Kind of did. I mean, 60, 39, 75. It's like 1 point off. What the fuck is that on your head? I log in to see the world burn, and there is a blue beacon in the dark. Yep. Greg strikes me as a tech deck guy. Oh, now I really want a tech deck. I have a USB thumb drive, some pens, a big fat stack of Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards that I'm too lazy to input into my phone, some boxes of magic cards that I just got in the mail, an empty tea bottle, some disinfectant spray, a roll of paper towels, headphones. It's a big desk. Is that thumb drive where you keep all your BTC? No, I sold all my BTC like a couple years ago. You play MTG? Not so much anymore. I used to. I just played like the win a box thing on Arena so I could get a bunch of boxes. I got like 14 boxes. Although I'm not sure if they're gonna actually ship me all of them. You can turn those gift cards into a tiny skate park if you're creative. Ooh. Do you have a picture of Dork on your desk? Not actual Dork, but like I have a couple of like tasteful portraits of Dork as various female models. Can you carry me to Challenger on TFT? No. What are you, Elon? Oh my god, are you Elon? Do you still have your decks? I have some cards somewhere. It's a nice bounce above 60-40. I might be able to push it up to 30 here. Twenty is a little bit of resistance. Not a lot, though. Nope. Never mind. Bunch of bot calls just collapsed there. What about the 60-15s? Mm. There were some 60-20 calls and they all just closed. Yay, chop day. Synthetic short at 30. Some sold puts, 20-25. Any bot calls out of the money? Some bot calls at 35. Slightly lower high. Hmm. There's like the 30 call still being sold a bit. They close short 60-20 calls? No, long. There weren't a lot of them, but there was a few. Mm. There's some bot calls at 15. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit higher high on NQ on that bounce, lower high on ES. SPX ended up like 30 cents higher though. ES missed 57.75 by about 2 points. Yeah, just a pretty clean rejection off of the Delta flip here. Mm. Gamma flips back negative if we get under 60, 60, 20. Did you know it was going to be this blue? Yeah. Yeah, I did. What was the name of that one lizard dude we talked to who was super involved with Bobby? Oh, I can't fucking remember. Lizard dude? Oh, Jake? Jake Jake Gyllenhaal? What about him? Yeah, Jake Freeman. Are you looking for a new job? Ugo. I was just hoping somebody on Reddit understand how somebody long a stock could be short the stock in reality. Ah, Jake Nepo baby. What's your favorite kind of tea? Hmm. Ceylon or Ceylon or Oolong? Ooh, getting above 30 is spicy. Gonna fail here. Yup. Hmm. Yeah, 30 is where the synthetic short is. Picked up like a little bit of short put interest. Looks like some of the 6,000 long puts closed on that bounce. Just stayed open an awfully long time. Getting quite a lot of sold call interest to the upside right now of the synthetic short. So like selling the 60-40 and selling the 60-50 very heavily. There's not a lot of support to the downside from here, though. So either they push up and gain the support at 30, or it fails and falls back to like 20 or 15. Pretty easy range to position from. Good Fubo. Oh, nice. A lot of buy side pressure here. I wonder if this resistance will hold. Some bot calls at 35. Thoughts on Fubo ripping? Oh, okay. Fucking probably sell some cover calls on it. There's some bull put spreads. 50, 95, 6K. That's very wide. Congratulations, Derek. It's so dumb. I mean, just a little. Are you long the 350? Okay, I see. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's super cheap. Yeah, still a bit short of this morning's high. We're inching above that synthetic short at 30. If they blow it out, this thing's gonna rip, which is problematic. No, by rip, I mean go to 50. Mm, yep. 21, 423 this morning. All right, we're above resistance now. Fall short's coming in pretty hard. Nvidia did not, in fact, fail 20. Nope, looks pretty good. A little bit of resistance on some sold calls at 40, but it's not huge. I think with the vol short, they should be able to keep pushing up. VIX is almost back. Well, VIX is back to 16. High 16s, but still. Upside target for ES. Well, this morning's high, I guess, 73, and then 78's important. Is that a reversal yet? Not quite. Breaking higher. Its correlation is getting slammed right now. Yeah. Builds are pushing up. This is a sick bounce. Fuck. 50 basis points in less than 30 minutes. I saw the strikes. Yeah, I agree with it. I think everyone and their monkey is buying Nvidia here. What does your fancy contraption say about Nvidia? Hmm, let's see. The positioning on it last night wasn't too great, so yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of support at 120, 122, but the chain doesn't get bullish until it gets out to like back out to like 137. So it's got to go up quite a bit. Otherwise, yeah, resistance at 120, 122, bid at 125. Although 125, 127 don't seem too bad, but and then there's more resistance at 130 to the upside. So still got quite a ways to go, even from where it is now. And the downside starts to get a little slipperier the more it moves up. It's fucking jammed this shit right to 50. Alright, well, this is major resistance now. Frankly Fresh, thank you so much, dude. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Frankly a shout out for hooking you up. BOJ meeting minutes tonight. Yep. Still a squeeze above 60-50. If we get there, we're still a little ways off. We left a gap down at 36. There's in the money calls, but I don't think they're really. I don't really think they're all that supportive at 40. They're a little bit supportive. So we might just move down and test 40 here. But if we lose 40, we could drop off quite a bit harder. We've got GN, I believe. Yeah, we're just above GN. GN at 60.35. There's our low there. 41, 42. Mm. This rejection will pick up steam if we fail gamma neutral. It's a decent amount of profit taking here. Mm. Mm. Some 60-60 sold puts, but those have been there since yesterday. Still synthetic short at 50. Looks like some of the support at 40 is falling away. And there's still some in the money bot puts, but not a shitload of them. So this might continue to slip a little. Remember the days on the US benchmark didn't trade like a shit coin? Yeah. If 5K this AM while looking at a calls at price targets based on your data. Thanks for all the info, Gherk. You got it, man. That's fucking nice. Well done, Sahib. Nice hat, nerd. Thanks. Troon announces Fubo as official streaming partner. Okay, cool. It's a terrible name. Yeah. Mm. Another failure at 42. Hmm. Still not quite enough profit taking. I think calls below, like in the money calls below GN are pretty unlikely to take profits unless we fail GN. Which could add a little bit of persistence to this. Although NQ looks like it's going for a lower low. Speaking of which. Retesting 21.4. Should probably mark that. Let's go report to it. Thoughts on the chandelier exit strategy? Uh, hmm. That name doesn't sound familiar. Oh, it's just an ATR multiplier. ATR is fine. I don't know if using it as a multiplicative like band is worthwhile, but sure. Stotch is okay. You could just probably just use ATR and Stotch though. I don't know if you need like a. I don't know if you need. I don't know if you need like an ATR band. I know it's there to account for volatility, but it's probably not going to be reliable in doing so. Did you auction off the manly smelling VWAP hat? I wash those every week. They don't smell. Gross. The GS hat looks a lot like a cock and balls hat I was going to design. Nice. We were going for a cock and balls kind of logo. Is this likely chop from 30-50 now compared to pre-market expectation? Yeah. 50 is pretty solid resistance. Although, I think given the amount of effort they've put into pushing it this far, they're probably going to try to break 50 today, if they can. But yeah, breakout would be above 50, breakdown would be below 30. Or, well, below GN, which is slightly above 30, I guess. So, like a loss of 35. Why was that a surprising pump? We usually pump into FOMC meetings. FOMC meetings tomorrow. And no, what was kind of surprising about it was it was almost entirely on bot calls, not really a lot of short puts. The majority of short puts are still way out of the money, down at like 60-10, 60-05, which is odd, especially below gamma neutral. Usually you get like a lot of put selling in order to drive it up above GN. We didn't get very much. We did get a lot of call buying though, which is usually not very sustainable. Like long calls are far more likely to close their positions during the intraday than short puts. Short puts are a lot more durable as far as like bullish positioning goes. We may get short puts now that we're up here, but that's yet to be seen. So far, no, not really. There's like a few at 25, but those are below GN. The beta live GS, what's the y-axis for gamma? Glad to hear the CNB was an influence on the hat. um, The y-axis on the gamma chart? It should just be the total gamma exposure at those strikes. So you have two. You have the left Y. That's the gamma at each strike. So the green line. And then the right one is the like put call volume. Or no, put call gamma. Sorry. Volume's the left side of the upper chart. I think. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's it. No, like the gamma value at each strike. Not notionally. We could do it notionally. Still in the bearish camp with FOMC tomorrow. I'm trying to decide whether to hold or cut my SPX puts. I mean, you should have probably cut them when we broke above GN, but if you want to hold them through FOMC, it's quite a lot of risk. We could move substantially higher before the Fed meeting tomorrow. So even if I'm bearish on the outcome of FOMC, I wouldn't be buying puts for it right now. Losing 400 on Tesla is a big deal. I don't really know if it's going to go to 350 right away. I think Gamma falls off pretty cleanly to the downside to like 345. Yeah, it could. I'd want to see it break away from 400 a bit more than it has, though. Maybe sub 390. Sub 390, pretty easy move to 75. If it lost 75, maybe it could get down to like 60. 65, 60. Those are the two big supports to the downside. And then the 50 after that, but that's a ways away. And things get a lot more bearish if it gets anywhere near there. The gamma neutral's at 64 right now. The dealer positioning on it doesn't look very bullish, though. Sure would be a shame if we broke down. That's really unlikely. The chandelier exit strategy is when I used to leave parties quickly. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea. Most of the positioning for tomorrow is not on the chain yet. Actually, most of the positioning for FOMC probably won't be there until after FOMC. Generally, you just get a lot of neutral positioning. It doesn't really belie range very well, or infer range very well. Okay, but what if earnings are terrible? That'd be cool. Retest of GN is unlikely. They're likely to defend it as best they can. And they have positive gamma here, so they should be pretty successful in defending it. I mean, it's not that it can't be lost, but it's definitely a major level. I'm not bullish on Intel at all. I don't think anyone's gonna buy them because I don't think they're gonna sell to anybody. And I think their management still sucks. Everybody's been trying to get bullish on Intel for like 2 fucking years, and it sucked the entire fucking time. It still looks like dog shit. Also, not a bearish megaphone. Head and shoulders, actually. I guess spend too much time on fucking Wall Street bets. If it breaks 60-50, where's it heading? 60-60? It's a lot of big ifs. No problem, man. No, AMD's not going to pick up slack either. They both suck. AMD was fucking massively overvalued. AMD never should have been above like $110 at any point in the last 2 years. The fucking stock's worth like maybe 60. They repeatedly lowered their guidance, their forward guidance, and the market still just pumped them because they were a semi. And all of the fucking leveraged semi ETFs were just fucking being bought to the gills. Book on AMD is like 45. Yeah, that's fair. And now with tariffs on Taiwanese chips, it's even worse. Good Lisa was very forthcoming the whole time. She was. She's extraordinarily honest. They usually are. AMD's always been very honest about its earnings and their guidance. And sometimes they beat and they do better than they expect, but I mean, they're not. They don't have like the speculation that Nvidia does. I mean, they did for a little bit, but then they didn't do anything with it because they weren't really gonna go full port into GPUs and fucking trying to build out AI cards. I think over time we'll see that the companies that didn't do that probably will be more successful because they didn't spend billions of dollars on fucking bullshit. Carry trade's not over. Inflation does ease the spread a bit though. So the inflationary prints this morning help. But yields are rocketing right now. Bear steepeners picking back up again. It's just one extreme to the other. We're just oscillating between a breakdown in either one. Neither one is bullish. Well, inflation strengthens the dollar, which widens the spread. Hmm. Hmm. Selling the 25 put a little more heavily. Still selling the 60. Hmm. Bought the fuck out of that dip. Bot calls at 55. Some. Also bought puts at 55. Still synthetic short at 50. Target push through 145. No idea. Why don't you look at it? Are you asking if it will? Doesn't look great today. Looks like it got rejected at 145. I'm not going to tell you, C-Mill. What is the dollar pump? Because other currencies are failing, falling? Yeah, partially. It's more the people that have other currencies are buying the dollar to hedge the decline in their currency. So it's kind of a compounded effect. Is it more risky when we're at GN or below it? I mean, generally when you're below GN, gamma max is extraordinarily far from spot. The same would be true if you're just at GN, usually. I don't think that's doing what you wanted to do. White House suspends all loans and grants effective today at 5 p.m. Remove that would impact trillions in funding. More shakeup. It's a super solid move right before everybody returns for their first semester at school. Second semester. I don't know if I'll have it in farmer or trucker mesh. There's probably not going to be a lot of variety. Inflation is still hot. Got the auction in 17 minutes. Hmm. Alright. '50's lost. Need to lose 48, 46. Let's say 46 and 38 are probably important points here. 42 is kind of important too. Just got a few confirms before we can get any kind of downside move. Or at least any significant downside move. Little gap. Alright, we lost 46. A little bit. Fucking strong bounce. Jesus Christ. Mm, 78.50 on ES lost. Might be a little bit more significant. bleeding out a little bit of support. We're getting some in the money profit taking on the bot calls. Very, very slowly, but a little bit. Most of the positioning at spot is bearish. It's just that there's still a lot of in the money bot calls. Gotta try to bounce this at some point, right? I'm not just gonna let it keep bleeding off. Well, maybe they will. Futures is selling off a little harder now. $42 is pretty significant. We lose the bot calls at 35. There's no more bullish support. So we can still fill the gap and bounce. But 35's kind of the last line for the bigger bullish positioning. Then we start to slip into the sold puts that came in on the upside move. And we get a lot closer to gamma. Well, we'd fall below gamma neutral, which is also a big deal. Usually the retest of GN's kind of bullish. But be careful because vol's still moving up. Should buy some calls here. Here's the gap fill. Just a bit below gamma neutral. Mm-hmm. It's getting a little bit more violent. Hmm. We're sitting like right on top of the bot calls at 35 and GN here. 40's resistance to the upside again. Says 50. The bot calls at 55 didn't really shake off. Like some of them closed, but most of the shit that closed was like bot calls at like 605, 610, 650, 60, 15. So we'll see if they short vol here and start rolling up their short puts closer to spot, because that'll give them leverage to try to push 50 a bit harder this time. Gamma marches up pretty steadily to the upside here too. They left that gap back at 60, 50. It's a 20-cent gap. Might get some bulls coming in to target that as well. Hey, they're trying to support us at GM now. They're selling puts. They're also selling the 40 put. The 40 and 35 put. So they're starting to build into like a synth long at 35. And then they're selling the 40 put as well. That'll be kind of hard to get back above 42, but if they do, they should be able to run it again. And down here, they just need to hold probably like 33, 32, 33. What does the volume bar on SPY indicate? I have no idea. It's probably somebody entering a position. This is the new hat. It's for our options platform. Ooh. Mm, that's not good. Hmm. What's up, animal? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hats? Yeah, new hat. I'm just gonna get some sign spinners like the Liberty Tax people. But where do we put them? I'm with the French call les incompetents. Nice. Next to the NYSE building. Huh. They're gonna pump it to 60-60. If I can try. Can Netflix keep coming down? Mm, Netflix is in bullish consolidation. At least right now, very bullish consolidation. But if it fails the trend test again, uh, at like, the fuck is that at? 960? Yeah, another drop below 960 could be pretty bearish if it fails again. Oh, Pompies, who could have thought that would happen? Can us pores order one? Not yet. We just got some as like a sample to see what they look like. I'm not entirely happy with them. I'd like the logo to be a bit bigger. But I think the company we ordered from doesn't do that. I'd also like them to be stitched, but that's really hard with a gradient. Larger logo, dry fit. I think it is dry fit. Well, it's like flex fit. Oh, you're talking about the type of logo. Nice color. Yeah, I like the color. Friendly neighborhood stock ad. Are we about to do that thing where we chop in a $10 range for 3 hours? That's possible. Yeah. Gamma neutral's kind of a bitch to break away from, so yeah, it is. It's definitely possible. Hmm. Ooh, another gap. Interesting. Fucking with the delta flip here. I don't like the megaphone. Gamma still moves up pretty steadily to the upside, though. Just need to get things a little more positive. It's gonna be fucking funny if the Bulls fail this. Because they definitely have the positional advantage here. I'm pushing back up to fill the gap. There's a gap like right here. Very small. But there's another upside gap higher up. Right there. As the lower gap's filled. Oh shit. That's better. Pushing back above GN. Moving to test 40 again. See if we get some momentum here to push through. 40 is still resistance. It's not very strong resistance, but it's a bit of resistance. Careful, this is still like a megaphone. It's a little weird. I would say above GM, these probably break bullish, but we're so close to it that it could fail. And if it does fail, it'll probably fail really hard. So watch your stops and shit. Keep an eye on vol. Make sure vol's still coming down. 1 second. Ah, fuck, I got stopped out. Bullshit. Whatever, I'll just switch. Hmm. Oof. No, I don't see any positioning moving around really. Out of the money ship, but At the money calls are still in a good spot. Hmm. Thanks for the warnings on stops. Yeah, no problem. You buy any Nvidia? No. There's the breakout above those sold calls. So I can get some bot calls at 45 too. Still a decent number of bot calls out at 55, but a lot less than there were on the prior pump, so less positioning picks up a lot here. I would expect this to get a lower high. Just keep an eye on the vol short. See if they slam it. fucking overpriced options. The rug pull risk is a little lower until we get to like 48. So now we have some sold calls in the money. Those are going to be a little bit supportive. $45 to $50 should go pretty quick though. It'll be less grindy at least. But then 50 is still that synth short. We're still selling a lot of puts here. Mm. One sec. Eventually. Thanks, man. Mm. Failed at 48. 49. Close enough. Need said, can you ask Gherkin about snow for me? It's running nicely as above GM. Does he think it has more room to run? Would this be a decent... They have earnings coming up, don't they? Hmm. Moved up above 86. We got room to run out to like 90. And earnings is next week, though. I don't know if I'd sell calls into rising vol. Thanks, man. Hmm. I am a little league coach. What do you call this? Are we bullish? Eh, it can keep kind of grinding up. I don't know if I'm particularly bullish on it, but there's room to move up to 60 still. NQ just pushed out above 21.5, which is kind of a big deal. But there's a lot of resistance above 60. Probably hard to swing things much higher. So bullish, but limited range. I'm not still expecting a lower high. There's still a lot less calls at 50, like 55, than there were. It's about a quarter of the number of calls that we had there earlier. So I think I kind of do. But this is a new high for NQ. So we'll see. NQ didn't really push up as much on the last high. Stayed kind of muted. Hmm. The other kids that make fun of me because I run around on all fours, do they? Of course not. Is it that the delta drops off? It does. Pretty significantly, too. But also there's sold calls there. A lot of them. Out of the money gamma is starting to pick up to like 70-ish, though. It'll really just depend on if they can support this or not. I think NQ is still a big driver of the price action here, though. If they lose 55, it could leg down a little. Support's not great. Hmm. Sold calls coming in at 70, 75. Here at 65. Yeah, almost all of this is NQ. But the positioning to support it could come in on SPX. If it doesn't, though, there's a real risk that SPX drags NQ back down. Simply because it just doesn't have the support. Huh. How much higher can it go? I mean, technically 70, but it'll be a lot like this. Very, very slow. 65's got a lot of resistance also. There's another synth short there. It's like net like 9,000 sold calls. So probably a rejection around here somewhere. I mean, it's hard to say because NQ's still fucking trying to moon. But if the gas on NQ lets off at all, it's gonna pull back. Sliver my timbers. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Any chance of a pullback to 50? Yeah, that's definitely possible. They're trying to keep that from happening because they don't want to lose 55. It's like their only support. But the people who sold those 60 puts up here yesterday might not be so keen in holding. And if those pull back, bot calls at 55 aren't going to be supportive enough. Can I run the merch department? I got distracted buying a new keyboard and I missed the pump. It's okay, there'll be another one. What level would we call a reversal? Under 32. We have to fail probably both gamma and neutrals. So like 35 and 28. A bullish reversal? We have to get back above. I mean, like to confirm it, we have to get back above 6101. Otherwise, still bear rally. Less of a bear rally now that we're above gamma neutral, but still a bear rally. Hmm. Bulls might lose 55 here. Looks like some profit taking on the 60 sold puts. Not a ton, but they're down about like 200 contracts. There's also call selling. 60 65 is up about 100 contracts. 70 and 75 are up. Someone's buying puts at 75 now. Quite a few of them. 2100. You're taking too long to break out. NQ might. I mean, this was upside resistance for NQ anyway. At 21,563. Back here. NQ already kind of broke out today. Head and Shoulders. Neckline's at 47. Hmm. Everyone inflationary data this week. Imagine the Fed holds. What do you think? Yeah, probably. I mean, they wouldn't cut into inflationary data. How do you think the market will react to a hold with dovish, neutral, hawkish narratives? I mean, dovish narratives going to freak the bond market out more. Probably increase the bear steepener and drive the dollar up. Um, I don't really think they have room for a neutral narrative. But if they want to go with data dependency, it'll just increase the importance of the next inflation print twofold. And then a hawkish narrative, I think, is really unlikely. They should. They should move forward with a hawkish narrative. They should try to cool off the bond market a bit and put out the potential for a rewind of rate cuts. Also, if they do that, they'd pad the carry, which would be beneficial for banks. Is Pax every cover call strikes worth it? I don't know. I haven't sold any on it. It's got a dividend already. You can go look at the chain. Probably the major strikes on either side of spot. Buying in the money puts to protect sold calls. Not if the puts go in the money. Or out of the money. How's it you'd buy calls to protect sold calls? Not the fuck? Are you inferring that they'd be buying puts to try to drive the price away from their sold calls? That's an awful lot of hubris. Only test. I can't even fucking tell. A little above. Hmm. Sloppy. What FOMC scenario will make the market pump? I don't really know if there is one. I mean, maybe a cut short term, but I mean, it's just gonna drive the bond market and the bull steepener more. Or bear steepener, sorry. I think if the Fed cuts again, we get the 10-year above 5%. Which maybe that's the goal. Blow up the banks. Powell's like an old school Republican. He's not a big fan of Trump. I could see him working hand in hand with Yellen to hand Trump a massive economic catastrophe. Maybe that's why they're cutting so fast. We call that a shit sandwich. Yeah. At what cost? Everything? No. I mean, just the future income of the next generations. Ooh, interesting. NQ didn't fail. That lagging or fuck is going on there? 55 is where they need to support it. Damn, NQ's bullish as fuck today. It's not even moving. It's like, hold on, I'll hold this shit up. Why can't they push GME back below 20? Sure they could if they tried. There hasn't been a lot of effort put into it. NQ needs to lay off the creatine and SARMs. The video's not even at resistance. No, there's still a chance we get down. The support on SPX is really weak. It's really weak and narrow. So, like, if we can push down through the supportive levels on SPX, it's fucking nothing to protect the sold puts under 50 at all. Ooh, shit. Nice. Hey, look at that. There goes 55. I actually don't think filling that gap is bullish, if they filled it. That's filled. Fucking cheese wieners. Good morning, Surfo. I don't like the hat. I don't care. I hope everyone's used to that massive dip to exit your puts. I think this will probably fail. This doesn't look bullish. If we didn't fill the gap, maybe, but filling the gap's not like right away like that's not a good sign. Did I miss the 2 seconds of put profits? I don't know. When did you have puts? If you bought puts at the top, I don't know why you'd be taking profits here, $3 lower. I mean, I guess you could, but kind of shitty. You mentioned bears weren't prepared for the overnight gap down yesterday. Are they repositioning down? Probably not heavily. I mean, or if they are, it'll be part of like broader neutral positioning because we have FOMC tomorrow. Maybe it just slapped me in the face and I was expecting a routine. I know. I need to mix up the hats more. That's important. Also, not a great place for NQ to get rejected. Way below any kind of reversal. As long as it's not significant. But if it pulls back to like under 21,387, it's fucked. Bulls are still trying to cling to the 55. Uh, Getting some bot puts at 50. More bot puts at 65 too. I don't even know where the fucking cookie hat is. It's somewhere in here. So what about buying puts down here, holding them red, watching them go back to green, closing before they go up 100%. Sometimes you just have to have conviction, especially when you get like entries like this where it's like very slow to break down. And usually this kind of price action isn't super profitable. Grindy upside and grindy downside are not easy to trade with options. So usually just take profit where you can get it. There goes 55. NQ starting to pick up some downside momentum. Hmm. It's between the sacrilege of you not wearing a VWAP hat versus the Gamma Strike merch looking hella fresh. Nice. There'll be probably other colors. Maybe. We'll see. Nice bright cetacean blue. Yep. When we were 60, do we get to sacrifice the income and growth of the 20-year-olds too? Ideally, yeah. We get like a nice long depression, home prices get cheap, people are able to build up some savings. And then your children can hate you. I don't think boomers had it all that great. They had to grow up in the 60s. 60s was fucking wild. And it wasn't like wild like a good time. You know who had it great? Like those people that were born like right after, like right in the middle of World War II. Yeah, Cold War. What children? People born after 1776. Ooh, yeah, that was a nice period. Just go grab some fucking land and it's yours. I mean, it probably belonged to someone else, but that's not how that works. Blaze, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I get you added to the country club after the stream. Late 40s, 50s were a good time. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, like imagine you grew up your entire childhood from like I don't know, like 38 to like 58. So you were an adult by the time the 60s hit. Not bad. 3 years at like whatever your job was, you could go out and buy a house for 3 grand. Grandpa was born in 1939, but Nebraska. So that's a negative. Yeah, fair. Yeah, but they had to hodl that whole time. Stop being jealous. That's all it is. It's just jealousy. It's not a good look. That's not true. A lot of their pensions got blown up in 2008. Some of them have baller pensions. They don't have to live through the untimely death of the Big Bopper. Yeah, true. High school in the 90s was lit. I missed it. I think I would have thrived as like an 80s teenager. Haha, what's a pension? Something that's not coming back. True. Yeah. But Nikes were better quality, so my great 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 grandfather had to burn GME share certificates to keep warm in the winter of 1890. I'd be a trillionaire if he kept them. You'd be wearing flannels around your waist with ripped jeans. I always thought of myself more as the guy in like the like neon colored like parachute pant jumpsuit kind of thing. I don't think I would have gone with the edgy look of, pre grunge rock. Neon ski suit, but just like the pants. And then like a regular t-shirt. Which one of you is Haas Alfonso? This person just gave 3K to my wife's GoFundMe. If you're here, thank you. What a Chad. That's fucking awesome, Balani. I'm glad to hear it. Nobody could sneak up on anybody in the 90s because the windsuits. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The windsuits. Like everything's just breaking. Like if you're running, you're just constantly breaking the wind. Yeah, and frosted tips had just started to come in. It was perfect. I still got my Jenko skunks and my chain wallet from 1996 senior year. Not that they fit me. Holy fuck, this is boring. Was that our pullback? Positioning hasn't changed at all. We're just chopping. Yeah. You know those Jenkos are worth like 10 grand now. They're back in. Jenkos are popular again. I never had a laser background in any of my school photos. I also refused to go. I didn't like having my picture taken. I still don't. Frosted tips means something else now. I never had a gigapet. You don't know what Jenkos were? Fucking boomer. You're literally on video 8 hours a day. Yeah, but I don't like my picture taken. I can't stop staring at the GS hat. That's the idea. If only advertisers knew that they could have just been using this space the whole time. Snapshots viciously. You son of a bitch. Every meme in the world with your face is perfect. Yeah. Why are we doing this? Why are we pretending? Hmm. I don't get this. This doesn't make sense. It seems like a waste of money. Bull trap? It's just like this. I don't know what they're trying to pump into. I guess the auction's coming up. Still seems stupid though. Like I feel like this is just gonna get like this whole pump's just gonna get wiped out. Maybe they're hoping if they get it higher by the auction, then people will just keep buying. They're gonna need to buy a lot more though. How's Delta to the upside looking? Meh. Still shit. Minutes. What are yields looking like? 10 years at. What are they auctioning? The 7? What's the fucking 7 year at? Never look at that shit. 7's at 4465 right now. I hope it gets a fat tail. Like 4 or 5. Maybe they're trying to pull back the short puts. Yeah, there's still some short puts at 60-60. 1,700 of them. Although I don't see how this really helps them much. I guess they sold them yesterday, so the premiums are probably pretty shit. NQ didn't get the same love. No, not quite. I have clothes that have come back in style several times already. I think girls rotate faster. Like female fashion moves through the stages far more. Because I feel like bell bottoms have been popular at least 4 times in my lifetime, or like flare legged jeans. You know what I miss? I miss the low rise pants of the early early 2000s. Low rise skinnies. Don't we all? The whale tail? I didn't have any. They're kind of back. Yeah. You guys ever own a pair of capris? I had so many pairs of capris, like circa 2012. And by so many, I mean like 3. They just felt great on your ankles. They were men's capris, Bob. You fucking troglodyte. The pants that zipped off into shorts? I still have a pair of those. They make them. They made men's capris? Or fat women. I don't know. One of the two. You look like you wear jean shorts. No. I don't wear denim if I can avoid it. Especially not blue denim. All right. 7-year high yield actual 4.457. Before 4.466. No tail. Bid to cover 2.64 versus the prior 2.76. So no tail, but not a lot of demand. Just kind of the story with the last auction, too. The 10-year. Smaller auction. This one's a little bit bigger. 44 billion on this. I think the 10-year was 13. Mm. Hmm. I don't think that changes anything. I do not miss Capri's. Ridiculous. Jim Martin's wife. I feel like that's not something a teacher should be saying in front of the class. Yeah, maybe. What did I say? I have no idea. What did you say? Chance of hitting 60-85 today. Still low. I think Q's getting a little bit of a pump, though. There's still no, like, new upside positioning. So I don't know what they're pumping into. Maybe there's something coming in for tomorrow. Mm, there's some bot calls for tomorrow at like 60-75. Friday? Thursday, Friday? Let me see what's going on the rest of the week. Mm, no? Yeah, there's not much bullish positioning to the upside into the end of the week either. Sold calls at 65-70. Bot puts at 70-75-80. There's some bot calls at 55, 30, and 25. It's a fucking gigantic synthetic short at 6,000. 55 is a synth long now. Hmm. Close the short puts. Yeah, no, still looks like shit. Is this gonna fail? I think bulls need to reposition higher at some point here. They're pumping into sold calls, but the sold calls are all for like a lot of them are for this Friday. So they're not exactly squeezing out, they're just sitting there. Kind of want to buy a put here. Hmm. That's underpriced. Didn't they eventually recover? Yeah, after they destroy all their shareholder equity. PG&E did that. Just pull a Bobby, blow up everyone's shit, reformat the company, restructure. Go private for a little while. Maybe stay private. But the pickle jar, win down, win crash. How now, brown cow? Fuck. Well, not today, but I was pretty clear about that. Still risk of this getting rugged. I mean, it has to fail 55. We could get rugged back to 55, which I guess is like a little bit of a move now. NQ's not really pumping as hard. I'd say the biggest risk of shorting this is that it just stays where it is. Like, we just stay between like 60, 66. Bleed theta. Hmm. Damn, it falls off a little bit to the downside. Not getting a ton of profit taking though. That's still a problem. Still put sellers at 60. A little bit of put selling at 55. Dude, Apple's going so hard. Hmm. A double gap. Up to 60, 74, 67. Interesting. Futures got the 6100 test. NQ's still like lagging a little bit behind, I think. Well, at least on this leg. What's your take on the status of the carry trade? Sure as shit isn't breaking down. Leverage is staying kind of low. It's actually falling off right now. But leverage is picking up on like the 3 month, a little bit on the 6 month, falling on the 10. So it still looks like there's quite a bit of management going on there. I expect that they'll try to hold things steady until the FOMC decision. All the delta off those 0 DTs in the money. I guess charm into end of day. No. Still a lot of out of the money sold calls. Hmm. How are the 5, 10, and 20 year going up with the market? I mean, they're not up that much, so they're actually down from where they were earlier, prior to the auction. 40 yield on vol's negative here. What time did it flip negative? Oh, like right at market open. Hmm. It's a bear steepener look. Jayfish's prediction for next week is about to be realized in 2 days. Oh, for the week? Who said we were saying that moving up to close this gap from the weekend drop right was not bullish? Wait, what? The weekend drop right was not bullish? You said if we fail to fill the gap, it's not bullish. It's not. Failing to fill the gap is super fucking bearish. I mean, the reversal failed. Bear rally. And we get a lower low. Probably get a lower low. Or an equivalent low. End of day closing prediction for SPX. Probably somewhere around 55. That seems to be pretty well supported. Market makers had won it a lot lower. Like 60-40, 60-30. Somewhere in there. Moving up to close this gap from the weekend drop right away was not bullish. No, it's just like a knee-jerk reaction. Bears were not well positioned, but bears can use this to reposition. And they can reposition lower. It's not a very like stable move. There's extraordinarily weak support to the downside. Generally, like stable bottoms, you have a decent amount of time for a recovery. Few days building up support, and then a move up. Quick bounces are usually continue to be bearish. Unless it's like a full reversal. Is this considered a quick bounce? Yeah, it's pretty quick. I mean, we moved up yesterday. But, say you have an overnight gap down, right? Here, and you're open down here. And then the market just immediately reverses. This is more likely to fail. Unless it reverses so quickly that it fills back to the upside. And you can actually get a confirmation of the reversal. But like usually if they're really quick like that, they just fail again. Which is not it's not bullish at all. Now when you get like an overnight gap down and then you build out like a support, that's more likely to be persistently bullish. Because you have a lot of time for positioning to set up. Usually these like quick bounces where like it gaps down and bounces really fast, it's just because bears didn't have positioning out here. And then on the bounce, bears fill in their positioning to the downside and things move down further. I'm not saying that just because there's red candles. Oh, yeah, I was talking about that's what I was talking about, the intraday candle. It's the same thing on smaller time frames that it is on longer ones. Like if you're trading intraday and it gaps down, like you're on a high and it gaps down and fills, and then immediately fills the gap. Usually that's people trying to get out of positioning as the price is falling. Whereas if the gap stays open, it's more likely that those positions that caused the spreads to break apart stayed in place. And so there'll be some, someone going back and trying to hunt that position at another point in time. Or at least people will be targeting that because that positioning is still there. Like there's a mechanical reason. It has nothing to do with the actual gap itself. Peach EMA is a fortress. Is that the 60? I think that's the 60-minute. Yeah. Yeah, it was support earlier. We'll see. I got a 55 put. Does it go on the money? Maybe. I think it depends on if the 55 calls take profit here on the failure of the high. They didn't really take profit the first time we broke out. Well, the first two times. Like, they didn't close here. They didn't really close. Some of them closed here, I guess. How many are left? Like 1,300? So it's down about 500 contracts between both of the prior highs. I think they're being held more for support than they are for profitability. Or they're part of a spread. But, I mean, a failure will shake some of them out. If it shakes enough of them out, then yeah, we could lose 55. But it's a stretch. I didn't order any GS hats in maroon. How about my 40s? Well, I mean, if we lose 55, you might be in luck. Did you hear about the federal funds freeze? I did. Which is not bullish, but here we are. If it's all federal lending, that means the discount window from the Fed would also be closed. So I need to look at I would need to look at the executive order and see specifically what they're cutting. Because there's a lot of like intra-bank lending and foreign currency lending done by the Fed that if they'd shut that down, the markets would be in the toilet right now. Maybe GS butt plugs. I think Dork does. They're hand carved, so they're a bit rough, but we already got a head and shoulders. Then bounced at the end of it. Let's see if this fails. It becomes like more distributive. Seems like it's mostly loans that help actual people. What about SBA lending? What a Bluetooth one that vibrates when the order's filled. You're gonna just end up buying so many options. I do believe federal student financial aid programs would be affected by it. It's both federal grants and federal loans. Ooh, I wonder what percentage of college students receive federal aid. Oh, only 87.3%. Fucking over 87% of all the 18 to 24-year-olds surely won't turn out poorly. So they're gonna sell that debt off to private lenders? They haven't said that. And who the fuck's gonna buy it? None of the banks have any money. Education department said it isn't stopping Pell Grant or federal loan flow. So what fucking loans are they selling? I need to read it. I don't want to speculate on it. I'll just get the facts. He already signed a separate one to shut off foreign aid. That's really cool how right out of the gate this admin's trying to hurt as many people as possible. Yep. They're just trying to gut the government. I don't know, some fucking thing, notification on my phone. It's my put not printing. Glad I'm not having an embolism. It wasn't farts. Dude, what the fuck? I did it again, see? Is it gonna do it every time I open it? Huh. Okay, no. You know it, Fluffy. How you doing, man? Do you need a GoFundMe for concierge medical services in addition to your Power Bill GoFundMe? I'm alright. We bearish? Not really. We might pull back a little bit here, but mostly it looks pretty well supported. It looks well supported, it just doesn't look very bullish. That alleged phone sound definitely sounded like cover up for diarrhea. You know, despite me asking Thunder repeatedly, Steelcase refuses to make me a toilet chair. The Head and Shoulders already broke down. That already happened. This is just like another bounce off the end of the Head and Shoulders. This was the Head and Shoulders. That's it. Then it bounced, which is not part of the Head and Shoulders. This may fail. Do you have any 1099s you need me to file for you? No. Herman Miller will make you that chair. Ooh. I don't like Herman Millers. They don't have headrests. They're like, oh, headrests aren't good for you. Fuck you, Herman Miller. No, they don't have. You can buy headrests for them. Tell them. You think they're here? Do any earnings tonight? Titillate? No, I think today's still pretty boring. I mean, there are earnings tonight. There's something like Starbucks, Logitech. No one gives a shit. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday morning. Ooh. Look at me being patient with my put. What if they just can't support this shit at 55 a third time? Hmm. Spicy. I think Q's selling off like a little bit harder too. Just want you to all remember when I said this wasn't bullish and it went up $3 and you're like, Gherk's wrong. I'm just kidding. How bearish is this? A lot more bearish if we lose 55. Oh, that's a bounce. I guess as long as it stays under 60. Will it stay under 60? Hmm. No. Oh, wait. Oh, it just tasted it. The exact top of the candle was 60. Christian Mingle? No, no thanks. Follow-up question about SRF. I'm surprised in the face of the uranium shortage. Well, the uranium shortage is an ongoing, long-term thing. I'm surprised market sentiment AI could drive it down from 25 to 15. Yeah, because it's like near-term speculation. Market sentiment about AI also is responsible for some of the gains in uranium prices, but it is not like part of the long-term thesis of we need more fucking uranium. Thanks, little G-Wagon. See, now what about this Head and Shoulders? That's the one I was talking about. Don't you gaslight me. NQ SPX deviating. NQ tends to win those. Yeah, it's selling off a little bit. Well, it definitely wins those when SPX doesn't have any good support. Which is kind of a problem for SPX right now. Does Pontiff level come with receiving Gamma Strike hat pre-warned by you? Here's what I'll do. I'll bring a new Gamma Strike hat with me. I'll wear it while we hang out, and then I'll just leave it there. Like a tip from a Chinese businessman. Like in an envelope. When I leave. I want one that has tons of sweat in the sweatband. Better get me on a treadmill then. We'll just do hot yoga together, Bob. I'll bring you a pair of capris. I'm working on the dong thong, but I really wanted one with like an upper portion cutout. So you get some like blank space here. And then kind of like the little pouch area. That way you can show off your hottest like new manscaping style. And then the GS logo, here. I know, we went above 60, it's all over. I'm just being dramatic. What are you, Gianni Versace? A gunt window. Can I wear it as an eye patch if you try hard enough? And you wash it. Pink eye's not funny. Fed rate decision tomorrow? Yep. Sick dinner revelry of culinary snobbery. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Huh. Can you just sneak peek of the live data for a second? Yeah, sure. Premiums are shockingly low today. But see, yeah, if we fall to the downside of like 60 here, 55, gamma falls off really fast. Like all the way down to like 60, 40, maybe even 30. GM on Baba? Probably. 93.67. Just looks so fucking cool, man. Thanks, dude. Well, it's gonna be in your guys' greedy little fingers soon enough. Some Monday, maybe a Friday. You know, we speak about wealth destruction. Was Nvidia a good example? Did you see all the insane cope from the people that were buying it at 140? They're like, yeah, yeah, listen, this deep seek FUD. How much theta do you have on your Nvidia puts? Jan of 2026. I closed some of them this morning, though. Fucking overnight bounce freaked me out. Just like half. Just some ones that I'd bought at higher prices. I had some that had like a $1.50 cost basis. I got rid of those. But like the 129 cost basis ones I still have. Aw, Super Strikers had Nvidia money. You Gamma Investing LLC out of New York. They've been buying a lot of Fubo. I don't know what you're talking about. Are there any bullish outcomes? I don't think so. At least, I mean, not one that I can think of. They figure out a way to pump the fuck out of the dollar. JPOW cuts rates to 2% overnight. Hmm. Ooh, we filled the gap. Nice. It does look like it's clinging to 60. That's because it is. I don't know if it's clinging to 60 or more that they don't want to lose 55, but Oil heading up. Nice. Won't that collapse the carry? Yeah. Well, yeah. There'd still be room because Japan is 0.5. So if you dropped rates to zero point 0.5 then or it's like 0, then yeah, that would collapse the carry. That's what Trump should do next. He should try to convince JPAC to cut rates to 0. That's all coming together so perfectly. I can't wait for our next country. I wonder what it's going to be. The moon. United Dolphins of Lundgren. Remember Space Force? No, Space Force is still a thing. Calling it now, Trump and Elon will unveil the new NAFTA as the United States of Cana Canarexico? Hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Is there something that Trump could do that would genuinely make you worried? No. Hmm. I like anarchy, and Trump's a big enough of a buffoon to just burn all this shit down. So, silver lining. Why are nukes scary? Nukes aren't scary. I mean, if you live in a major city, they're not scary. You fucking dead before you even know one dropped. It's a great way to go out. He's only been there for 6 days, Cobra. Dying isn't scary. It's just nothing. Here, if you think dying's scary, answer me this, Box Stock Archive. What was it like before you were born? Same thing. Just on the other side. Everyone wants to take a nap, but no one wants to die. What gives? Before I was born is over with. Now I know what I have to lose. Listen, Middle Western consumer sentiment rep, I've seen your port. Dark, wet, warm. Kenny showed me. If we go full anarchy, I'm coming for that hat. Good luck. What am I holding right now? Your penis. Gotcha. I don't particularly care if I die, but I prefer if lots of other people didn't die unnecessarily. That's fair. We have too many people, so like how many? Like I'd be like upset if half the people were gone. But 30%? Think of the benefits to global warming. Yeah, houses will be super cheap. Depends on which 30%. Just random. Thanos. Thanos. Thanos did nothing wrong. The richest 30% would be best. What's with the hat? You're sparking more joy than I'm able to take. What if your mom got Thanos? So be it. That's how it works. I mean, you just have to, like, you have to accept that. I'm gonna tell her. If it was me, also okay. Patience is key in printing pits today. Yeah. I've actually made some good money on pits today, despite the market only going up. I did make some money on calls too, but less than I should have, because I didn't overhold the calls. Irony. Sweet, sweet irony. Come on, let's lose 55. Fuck this shit. Why the cerulean blue hat color choice? I liked it. My biggest fear is dying before the next market crash. What about dying during the market crash? That's my biggest fear. Imagine dying with open positions. Fuck. Oh god. It'd be really cool if this wouldn't bounce more. Just watching your puts exponentially grow, but you're in a coma. Oh, like sleep paralysis? I've had that nightmare before. Where, like, I have a profitable position, but I can't get to my computer. It keeps moving further and further away from me. I wake up in a cold sweat. What about dying and then my father-in-law seeing what I've done to my port these last few years? If half the people are gone, what would that buy us? 45 years until they're all back? No, like a few hundred years. One time I fell asleep at my desk with like 20 open ES contracts. I almost had a fucking heart attack. Thanks, man. It's like that movie, Some Must Die So Others May Live. It makes sense. You guys are just ruining it with your feelings. Were you still profitable in them? I was. I was like in the money, but they were down. I missed the bottom. Is 55 being sauced? No. Actually, the 55 calls are pulling back a little bit. They're trying to sell the 50 right now? I don't know. I don't know if they've got enough time. Maybe. Charm starts to get a little shitty for them here. It really needed to be back above like 60, 65 to have Charm working in the Bulls' favor. But they still have the MM buying the dip. So downsides are just going to be slow anyway. Slow and gappy. It's like shitty staircase price action. I fucking hate positive gamma environments. I wish the market was just always negative. Like 2022, where it's just always negative. So great. I only fell asleep for like 40 seconds, but it still scared the shit out of me. Remember that awful movie Escape from New York? We could do that with the 1%. How do we distribute the money though? Just like whoever gets the head keeps the money? Or like, because then we're just going to create a whole new 1%. How do we ensure that the money gets distributed equally amongst everybody? And then also, how do we ensure that the money still has value? It's complicated. It's not that easy. Ooh, the Delta flip's getting closer to spot. It's at 60-41 now. Let's see if Kenny wins the day. I think he might not. I should put a stop on this. Because it's up. But the last time I did that, I got fucked over. Decisions. Let's put one like way out of the money. No, that's garbage. Gross. He's asking too many questions. Get him. Squid Games with the 1%. We all split if they lose. It's gonna be a hard sell though. Where do you host it? The Meadowlands? Where's support? Here, roughly. They're still selling the 50? Not very heavily. They're afraid to sell it because the price is dropping. And they already lost their bigger support at 55. They were selling it when we were above 55. Not so much below. We could get a little dump if this keeps failing. Although I do suspect they're bound to get some support here eventually. Because it's not failing fast enough. What's the doubling time? Hmm. You're going to factor in inflation? It's like 0.693 divided by 0.0. .025. This is like, I break out the calculator. $27 and change. When whoosh, maybe under 50. We're gonna get a lower low here, which kind of sucks. Actually, I got a higher low. Dog shit. Retest the trend. We'll see what happens. Oh. $220. Starting to get a lot more sold calls. Mm, lame. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Oh. What's up, Popcorn? How you doing, man? Is it wiser not to sell puts on Beyond during reg show? I mean, you could. Uber calls worked out. It's stuck at 50% at 68. Uh, that seems fine. Seems like 60-60 is the point to watch for failure. Yeah, potentially. Could have been a little bit lower, but figure volatility is still a little bit higher. Uh, You got a plankton hat from SpongeBob? Yep. Breaking news in your DMs. Something I'm sure you'll be very interested in. Thick Latina woman will not be deported. Thank God. Phew. That's freaking sick, dude. Can I get one? We'll see. I'm probably gonna get them made differently, but we might have them for people later on. Oh, what the fuck? Let's get VIX back to 17 before the end of the day. This is bullshit. Not free. You crazy? Hypothetically, if say 250 of us all got Pontiff at the same time, where would we have the Pontiff meetup at? I don't care. You guys pick. There haven't been that many layoffs. I know Meta laid off some people. Well, they're in the process of laying off people, but that's like next quarter. Are bears done for the day? I don't know. There's not really that many bears. I mean, there's sold calls, but there's no one like buying puts or anything aggressive. We had some bot puts this morning, but those got wiped out after we dropped below like 6,000 on the dip back here. Guys, you guys remember this morning? Why do insurance rates keep going up 20% a year after Luigi, shockingly killing the CEO of a company, doesn't actually do anything? Let's say it's a pretty fast recovery. But like for science, how many CEOs would it take? There's always a new one. I noticed that the media hasn't talked about him since they figured out people weren't outraged. This is resistance. 62. Rejected here before, too. Mm. It's not even the end of the day yet. Shorten the fuck out of vol again. So boring. They do. They have earnings like the day after tomorrow. Thursday? I think Thursday morning. What a portable induction hot plate. I'm learning how to use it properly. Cool. How ecomony? I mean, the economy? Forgot the N. Also, no K. You looking at LRCX earnings? Or is that play dead? No, I just like don't care about it anymore. We've moved on. I was never in it for earnings anyway. The reason I can see for them to keep doing this is their short vol position is too long to not keep pushing it back down. But then again, I thought of that throughout all of 2024. Most of their short vol position came in yesterday and today. I think a big chunk of it today. Is Nvidia finally bullish? And they're back above like 138, 137. No, it's kind of just grinding up. They're adding a lot of puts at 60, taking advantage of the breakout that they finally got. You think all these big market disrupting things make us go down eventually? Well, we don't have a higher high yet, so that's neat. What weird fucking support. Chime's a lot more favorable here, but below 60, not so much. Consumer confidence came in at 0.41. Yeah. Richmond Fed went down. Not as bad as last month, but not as bad as expected. 2-year FRN came in a little bit lower. Money supply came in higher. Hmm. Sold puts? Yeah. Probably get some neutral positioning into the end of the day today. Lol, MQ, Jesus. Yep. This is what it's doing today. It's hard fucking pumps. Hmm. WeBull Pat also jamming on stonk racing. You mean Jimmy went up 40 cents? Left a gap at 66 again. It's very similar to the prior top. Oh, this is dull. $70 test. It's been straight up for $16. Yeah, but it's also taken half an hour. They unveiled their own like AI clone or like LLM clone. Hmm. just gonna keep pumping till close? I don't know. NQ's gotta keep moving up for it to do that. But there's like nothing on SPX to the upside. To be fair, there hasn't been anything on SPX above 60-60 all day. At least nothing bullish. Why is TSMC up? No one knows. One time you said not to play against momentum, but this time will be different. Puts, baby. Eh. Yeah. Hmm. It's running out of volume a bit. Mm-hmm. Weird price action. Mm, does it have ETF FTDs today? Yeah, it's about time. Through like the 6th or 7th of Feb. What am I going to do with the volume on it? I think it was just half score it. Mm. I'm going to close the rest of the gap overnight. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes till the end of the day. Why the volume? It sounds. I don't track FTDs on Baba, so I have no idea. Could be. Used to get a lot of vol shorting. Where's your puts? Why do I have puts? Puts for what? Do I want to buy puts here? It's risky. Not that they're necessarily bad, it's just risky. Some of the 60 sold puts pulled back, but there's more at 50 and 55 now. Yeah, I got the put I had. I got stopped out of a while ago. Down here somewhere. Hmm. I'm gonna try to pump it out to 85 at this point. Hmm. I think with more duration. It still looks like the only supportive level is like 55. But the pump on NQ is fucking crazy. And 70, 75 hard resistance. It's another synthetic short. Didn't I ask about 85 earlier? I have no idea. Oh, this price action is excruciatingly slow. Could this fall back to 60 in the last hour? Yeah, it could. There's still no like local bullish support. 50-55, but nothing here at spot. It all just depends on NQ. SPX positioning is far weaker. I'm in preferred close. It's gonna be like 40 or 45 now. 46. Probably somewhere around there. Between 46 and 35. I think the MM would be pretty okay with 55 though, or like 54. Dear God. What do you think is going to close? I just don't see it touching 40 or 45 again. I mean, that's not that far away, but no, I would say it probably closes above 50, regardless of what happens. Um, there's a chance here that there's some support at 70. They could try to hold that. I don't think it's very good support, but there's a little bit with 70, the 70 strike in the money. There's sold calls at like the four strikes to the downside and every strike to the upside. So sold put support's inched up today. It just hasn't gotten very high. Which, yeah, kind of does leave the downside a bit open, but so far they haven't let anything drop, so they haven't really had a lot of risk on the downside moves. $60.45 butterfly, 10 wide doesn't seem bad. I mean, it doesn't seem that great either. $50 maybe, but 45 I don't like that much. Too low. Even if we tested 40 or 45, we'd probably bounce out of it really fast. Gamma doesn't go negative on the monthly chain until we drop below 35. Hmm. Skew fell a bit yesterday, so somewhere out of the money buying. Move went up pretty strong. Carry leverage is still kind of bleeding off. Correlation, like the dispersion trade's almost all the way back to where it was before we dropped. They've been slamming this shit today. Just piling into dispersion. I mean, it's prior to earnings, so it's a little bit expected, but that's fucking nuts. Where's my little divergence tool? Ooh, correlation's breaking down now. Interesting. This. Yeah. Here comes a 60-30 close. Probably. But only after everyone's stopped out of their pits. Yeah, there's still no good support until 50-55. There's a gap at what, 66? No. 70 is a little bit. That might just be because we're getting pretty close to the end of the day. Delta flip's almost up to 50. Yeah, 60 to 50, 65. 65 to 50 would be like the next leg down. Looks like a synth line at 55, synth short at 75. I saw Baba. I closed this call earlier for negative 30%. I just need to ride out ride or die zero DTs. Eh, probably lose more money that way. It's just it's just a bias. Most things you stop out of aren't going to go up 300%. So to lose like 66. I don't even think 66 is that important. Probably 60. What is this? 60, 65, and then 61. All right. Is that getting more interesting? Maybe a little bit. Looks like NQ might slip 21.6. Which if it does, most intraday support's been around 21.20 or 21.520. And then a breakdown would be back to 21.387. It's 306 right now. They're supported the 65 and at the 50. 50, 55. Did they pump it just to dump the sold bits? They did pull back a lot of the 60-60 sold puts. Almost all of them are gone now. And those were the ones they sold yesterday. There's a couple more 60-60s sold for this Friday. But I don't know how relevant those are. I mean, they have some delta, but no worries, WC. I appreciate it, man. Whenever you feel like you're ready. I hope you feel better, man. Can you fill this fucking gap or what? Close a call. That would suit the situation. What, dumping to close? I don't love it. Carvana's still pumping. Huh. Yeah, correlation's still turning around a little bit. I think they dumped too much of the dispersion here. Where did that find support? Lobble, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Getting like pinned to 70 here. That's where the gamma is. Vol doesn't pick up till like we drop to 60 or lower. Charm does get a little bit worse if we move around the $60 range. Yeah. Downside, like speed will pick up at 65. But then it falls off really quickly. Still a shitload of delta at 60, 65 though. Not much upside. Yeah, I would think that 60 would hold regardless. But if we move down to 60, I'm not sure that they can keep holding it through the sell-off and charm. Because all this delta would go out of the money. Yeah, it would have to slip just a little under 60, and then it would like maybe catch a sell-off. Stop saying what? Flat till FOMC? Figure they'd try to pump it overnight. There hasn't been much upside left. Fucking we spent like 3 hours getting another $4 on the index. I was right the last time I said it. Are you strangling tonight? Yeah, probably. Actually, probably straddling. How much are they? Hmm. 17%? Hmm. Yeah, I'd probably do 3 DTE. The strangle doesn't look too bad. 30, 35, 34. There we go, a little narrower. 38, 35. 17% IV. Last time I bought a strangle into FOMC, I had to close it before the actual meeting. This vol went way up. $61.13. Have we filled any of the ES gap at all? Opened at 61.0225. So we filled like $2 of the gap. Thanks, Trash. Hmm. I think there's enough time to fail substantially into close. Oh, what about the prior gap? 74.67? We're just short of that one. Is the wrong? That's the wrong candle. What is that gap on the fucking 1 minute? So no, 74.67. Hmm. 74.14. It'd be a shame if we failed to 60. Guess. I don't know. It fucking makes a difference. Right all the time. I'm just superstitious. I mean, there's just like not a lot of bullish positioning. Unfortunately, price action's being driven by futures, which is kind of overwhelming the options positioning on SPX. If NQ weren't pumping so hard, we probably wouldn't have made it up here. We probably wouldn't have made it past like 60, 50. The resistance there earlier was huge. Can depend on the data as much with this setup. Yeah, these if you get a lot of buyers coming in on futures, they can blow through resistances a little bit more easily. But I mean, delta's positive. We should expect upside resistances to be a little weaker and supports to come in a little stronger and a little sooner. It's not really strong anymore. Like, there's been some strong pumps, but we're not getting a lot of volume here. It's just constant. Like, there's a constant, like, bid at spot. It's just holding shit up. What are we going for? I don't know. There's a little gap. So we have we have the island gap. It's because we gapped up before and then kind of traded like that and then gapped way the fuck down. And there's a bottom here on that gap that fills at 60, 74, 47. And then there's this gap, which is like 6101. And the reason we're probably seeing so much strength from the futures, like on the futures side of things, is because there's a big fat fucking gap on ES. I would argue this is far more important than the gaps on like, gaps on ES are pretty pretty rare. It's a big sell off, right? Um, they tend to be far more liquid than SPX. That's yeah, and we're just barely starting to fill that. We got a high of 6105 right now. Gap opened at or gap closed at 610225. But the upside of that is 6132. Yes, no like gappy. No, it doesn't. And that's quite a substantial one. Like even all the gap ups on our move up, like ES didn't have any. Like, if you look at SPX, it's just full of them. Gap every fucking day. Pretty strong and unexpected bounce for Nvidia today. Yeah, Nvidia's got a strong bounce, but so does Apple. Apple's fucking running like crazy. Meta's up like fucking 2.5%, and Meta barely dropped. Microsoft's up almost 3%. CrowdStrike's up 10%. Amazon 1.4, AVGO's 2.83, Google's up 1.6, Costco's down. Nope. Hmm. Interesting. Still missed the gap. Wait, oh no, we filled it. 60, 60, 74. Wait, did we? Like, I can't remember the number now. What was the fucking 60, 74, 67? Nope. Still missed it. Palantir doesn't have enough market cap to matter. Neither does Fubo. Apple's 12 times more cost effective running DeepSeek. Hmm. Interesting. Alternatively, we don't fucking need any of them because AI doesn't do anything. Can you tell where Baba could run to with the FTD covering? I don't know if there is FTD covering on Baba. I don't pull the FTD data on it. It used to get it. Way like back in like 2021. Baba's moving. They announced their own like AI model, which drove a little bit of interest, but it's pretty close to Gamma Max, if not already above it. And it can dump all of those gains overnight. Careful playing Baba. A lot of people have bought the fucking dip on it and gotten wrecked. Yeah, Gamma Max is 93.67. I would say it's probably got room out to like maybe 100. Maybe 101. Above that, it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, there's not much positioning out there yet. I love how every time someone buys the dip on Baba, they think it's going back to fucking $400 or $300. Just because it's up 5% doesn't mean it's going to do that. They had a better chance back in September when fucking China announced all of the like fiscal policy shit, and even then it got rejected at 120 and fucking went right back down again. Baba will fuck you holding calls overnight. I've been there. It's not fun. All of the Chinese data comes out in PM, and so it's like, yeah, not pretty if you get bad data. And Baba's like super fucking exposed to everything that happens in China's economy. I think tonight there's not much, but you got to keep an eye on it. Like end of this week, there's manufacturing PMIs out of China. And then also, if the dollar goes up hard again, like inflation expectations rise and the dollar goes up hard again, the fucking yuan will drop and HSI will. Can we get GS Visor so I can show off my frosted tips? I'll consider it. Any thoughts on Reddit at all-time highs going into earnings? It's priced extraordinarily speculatively compared to its potential growth. But they did make a bunch of money selling all of our data to AI companies. Yeah, you don't actually own part of the company, but I mean, they also they're incentivized to not fuck you over on those. And yeah, if there was some like political crisis or something between the US and China, you would lose your ownership probably, or at least lose your ability to facilitate transactions of your ownership in the like holding company that you buy into. You don't actually own shares of Baba though if you're buying it in the on US exchanges. Did an ES fucking gap down there? That's super weird. What is a gap on ES? Huh. Intraday? That's so odd. I thought I was looking at like an options contract in that window or something. That's very strange. It's bullish. It's just strange. One of my Reddit posts on Supersonic became part of Google's AI answer about stocks. Do you believe AI is the future? Did you release your liquidity when you found out? What if DeepSeek is just a room of Asians Googling your prompts? They have a billion of them. Um, that's actually better than AI. That would be fantastic. Actual intelligence. Yeah, that's AGI. It's not squeezing. What's it gonna squeeze? It runs into Gamma Max all the time. EMAs. Those are just EMAs. And they don't actually do anything. They're just confirming your biases. Are we actually holding 70 into close? I don't know. ES looks kind of weak. Also, it gapped down and then failed to fill the gap on the bounce, which seems wildly bearish. Maybe not for today, but that's not a good look at all. Intraday gaps on ES, really, really rare. Like, someone came in at 61.04 and was like, nope. They noped it so hard they broke like probably like a 200 order spread. Yeah, there's the intraday one. That's more common, or the overnight one. That's more common. That's because, shit started selling off right at open. The but intraday is very, very rare. Are you talking about like the MOC, like market on close imbalance? They don't really matter much. Flip a coin, you get the same result. I think the gap down on ES is bearish. I mean, so far it is. SPX is still really well supported. Like, I mean, I don't know how much it can move down, but I feel like it's going to be a grind. 65 is a big support. That's probably pretty hard to break through. If we did lose 65, we could drop more. I don't know, like 55 or 50, but there's only like fucking 23 minutes left. Like, someone's just gonna come in and sell puts somewhere in there. I can see us like filling this gap right now. I mean, we're already fairly close to it. But I don't know if we get like a more substantial breakdown. $55 will be hard. I mean, it's not impossible. There's no support under 65, really. At least not significant support under 65. But they can just sell those puts. Like, if we drop to 60 or 57, they can sell the 60 put and pump us right back up. All they have to do at this point is stabilize price into the end of day, and they can keep all their sold puts out of the money. The biggest risk on losing 65 is that charm kind of flips. It doesn't favor the bulls anymore. Like, right here, they have a little bit of supportive charm, but not a lot, but a little. Under 65, they would lose that, which would mean they would have to fight back a lot harder to hold spot where it is. There's also an upside gap and a gap to the upside on futures, which someone's going to probably be after. What's the best way to determine how much a stock is driven by shares or options? You can take the total delta on the options chain and divide it by the market cap. It'll give you a pretty good idea. Like, delta as a percentage of the total market cap. We're forgetting one thing. What if the sell-off comes from futures? Well, that's why I'm so interested in the gap down, because that's probably that's kind of what happened there. But I mean, they could be done selling already. There may not be like a big sell-off. Might have just been that specific price that they wanted to sell off from. Like, that's what happened there. Like, yeah, started to break out a little bit, and somebody slapped it with a massive sell order. Someone bought a bunch of 60, 75 puts. Interesting. Hmm. Fuck, VIX is almost back to 16. I wonder what VX correlation looks like. They must be fucking slamming it down. Yeah. Hmm. Ooh, ooh. Hmm, 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 Last time I hopped in, Group called 5980 as the bottom. I hope some of y'all got calls. That was this morning. It was 5990, maybe 80. But yeah. We're just closing here then? Probably. It looks like they're just trying to fill the gap on fucking ES, which they're fairly close to. But that also makes a head and shoulders. Boop. There it goes. Got it. Wait, did they? Oh shit, they're still off. Huh. Well, that's far more interesting. The fuck? I'm definitely straddling tonight. No? Someone doesn't want ES over that price. Hmm. After making money in the first hour and saying I should walk away, I can confirm that I should have, in fact, walked away. I didn't know you made money, AJ. I'm more shocked by the news. That news. Yeah, ES didn't fill that gap. I told you guys that gap was important. I undertraded. If we get a new low, that might be slightly bearish. Getting a gap down on ES is bearish anyway. The fact that it failed to fill twice is even more bearish. What's so important about that gap? It's really hard to create an intraday gap on ES. Someone at that level was like pulled the fucking Gandalf and Mordor. Twice now. It's one of two things. Someone's shorting it there. Someone's like, this is where I'm selling. And they're selling a lot. Moria, whatever. Fucking nerd. I should know that too. I've read those books like 5 times. Made himself white. I mean, look. Look at the volume on the sell-off from the failure to fill the gap. I've watched the trilogy extended of fucking course like 35 times, if not more. Yeah, but not accurate to the books, unfortunately. Even the extended versions. Have you read the books? You gotta read the books, man. I think it's pretty close, but they leave shit out. This is kind of fucking bearish. I mean, I know it's not like driving a shitload of price action, but whew, look at that. I've never watched The Hobbit. It just looked bad. And the fucking Hobbit's not that interesting anyway. I was more disappointed that they turned The Hobbit into 3 fucking movies. Like, it's fine, but it's boring as shit. Ooh, someone's trying to buy that dip up. Liquidity providers? This is a really interesting end of day. We never get fun shit like this anymore. So now you guys learned something about futures gaps and why they matter. YOLO based on his tweet volume tomorrow. I'm just gonna buy some out of the money debit spreads on Tesla because it's fucking, there's no way their earnings match their current valuations. I don't care if Elon Musk gives every single individual shareholder their own horse. That's just to say, maybe leaving some stuff out of the movies is fine. I mean, it is. I think they left some important stuff out of LOTR. But fucking Hobbit is just, I mean, half the book is just battles, and they're not super interesting. Like J.R.R. Tolkien could not write an action scene. That was not his strong suit. Isn't equine related gift an option for shareholders? I don't see why not. As long as you're willing to carry his seed. I figure you could probably score a horse. I'd imagine that if you were in bed with Elon Musk, he would whisper that into your ear. Instead of like, I'm coming or like a grunt, it would just be like, I've inserted my seed in you. It is planted. And then he would leave. Stop immediately. Jesus fucking Christ. You chose the wrong time to put your headphones on, Judge Ed. Will never be hard again. That's not true. I even feel violated. Think of how I feel. I thought that up. It's like my own brain was attacking me. You could write 75 straight pages of boring descriptors of trees and swamps like it's nobody's business. Yeah. Did you visualize it too? No. No. Did I? No. I am being honest. Even right now, if I think really hard, the only Elon Musk I can imagine is that like corporate photo from when he worked at PayPal and he had no hair when he was like 22. Yeah, we can all get up on our pedestals and say whatever we want. But if Elon Musk offered you $1 billion to fuck you, you'd be down. I'd do it. $1 billion? Have your way with me. Not me. I'd do it for 50K. Everyone knows, and there's a video. I don't give a shit. $1 billion. Jorg, I've already had you for free. I'm not gonna pay for it now. That's what you get for being a slut. thought you had morals. Nobody has those morals. It's $1 billion. That's power. Are you paid before or post act? It's got to be the transaction's got to be finalized ahead of any type of yeah. No, no fucking way. Fail, do it. You guys are so excited for losing 65. There's 2 minutes left. It's $1 billion. I'm not $1 billion rich. And based on his personality, he's probably got a tiny pecker, right? You're barely gonna feel it. And I'm hot, so it'll bust in a minute. Just practice your twerking ahead of time. That's why he's got so many children. It's not because anyone actually wanted to fuck him. I'd do it for 3 chicken quesadillas and be shouting, "Oh, you feed me so much more than Gherk the whole time." Fuck you, Torque. Oh, you son of a bitch. Damn. Future is getting bearish. They waited until after market close when AJ's puts would be out of the money. But damn, look at this fucking sell off. That's some volume right there. Who's shatting Jensen's cornflakes? All right, so we hit the top of the market maker expected move. More like the what was priced into the weekly contract. Um, but yeah, solid move up, broke out above gamma neutral. Maybe a little bit of stability there as we head into FOMC tomorrow. The upside gap's still unfilled. We still don't have confirmation of a reversal, but getting the support at GN's a big step towards that. Weird, kind of some weird price action there. End of day, we left a little gap near the upside of this around 104.25. You can't see it here on the 15-minute, but it's on the 1-minute. Failed to fill on the second retest, and then after that second retest, sold off really hard. So somebody came in there with like a big sell order, broke the spread for a second, and then just fucking slammed ES. That's pretty impressive. It was about 130K in volume in the last 17 minutes. It looks like it's still continuing to sell off too. Obviously 60.78, big overnight support here, very important. If we lost that, maybe fall back to 60.40, kind of around where we started the day today. I don't think we're going to get that big of a breakdown in the overnight session given the FOMCs tomorrow, but we may not get higher than 104 in the overnight session either, especially if that seller's still there. Dollar up today. A little bit of inflationary data this morning, although it had very little impact on yields, especially following the 7-year print, which did not drop a tail on a $44 billion auction. So we did see some of the yields at the top end decline after that. We're seeing the middle of the curve drop a little bit as well. Um, Commodities up pretty much across the board today. It looks like agricultural, industrial, energy, yeah, precious metals are up. So a little bit of a turnaround there on commodities, and this is looking pretty bullish. I mean, from a longer term perspective, I would like to see like a higher high, like 107, but definitely getting a little bit of accumulation. We got the higher low out of the bounce, and this kind of really gappy price action is generally like big positions getting entered, which may be indicative of a larger move up. Like you usually see it before like this particular contract like fails or has a big move up. Sometimes it takes a while to play out, but there may be some rotation from tech into commodities, and as that plays out moving forward, that could obviously drive a lot of price action. Correlation started to break down a little bit into the end of the day after pushing down really, really fucking hard throughout the entirety of the intraday session. But they didn't quite get it back to the prior low. It came pretty close. So there's a lot of leverage pushed into dispersion there, both on the 1 and 3 month time frames. And this is pretty common going into earnings. We have really quite a lot of earnings. Both tomorrow and Thursday, and several of the Mag 7 are reporting as well. So we expect people to want to go long vol the underlying as volatility rises into earnings. Now, sometimes post earnings, you see that dispersion break back down. Um, Carry trade leverage stayed pretty steady. I'm a little down on the day, but well, I guess technically, technically down on the day. Yeah. Fell through the overnight and just bounced a tiny bit into close. I think it hit a low of like 8.9, but still holding fairly steady. Um, Definitely not near the levels that it fell to after the BOJ decision, but not very strong and definitely not moving up in a consistent fashion either. And we do see a little bit of more leverage packed onto the 3 month. The 6 month is pretty flat. Forward yield on volatility fell back to negative and continued to fall into the end of the day, closing out the day at negative 3.3%. We're now out of backwardation between VIX and VIX futures. So uh, we may see more persistent vol shorting come in, or we could see it bounce back if some of the short vol pulls back. Not really any big move in yields today. Bond vol is probably pretty tepid. Skew dropped yesterday, and we saw a little bit of realization of that with the out of the money puts going in the money this morning at market open. I think we were trading around like 60-20 or so in the pre-market, and then we fell down to like 59.90 before bouncing. But given the amount of vol shorting today, I'm sure skew's probably right back up again going into FOMC tomorrow. 82.9% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. This sell-off obviously didn't drag enough things down, and a lot of things have mean reverted, but this seems to be fairly stable for now. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures has been declining pretty steadily now for like 3 days. We got a big spike on that first drop. If this continues to move apart, um, we may start to see like we may start to see volatility pick up a little. Generally speaking, you start to get like higher correlation, you start to get some spikes, and then those spikes and VIX get shorted. But that compounds the short vol position, which increases the risk. So, if correlation falls, but it doesn't fall too much, and then starts to pick back up again, um, they're more risk exposed each time. And that can, lead to outsized moves in VIX. Fed fund futures still pricing in about one rate cut into the end of the year. Bear steepener picked up a little bit today, but hasn't really turned around much. I would say it's kind of just trading flat. Probably we'll see more movement in that post FOMC. Still a 1.14 or 1.11 percent differential, positive differential between the 10-year and the S&P earnings yields. On the technical side, I mean, we bounced back above kind of the near-term trend there. Found support, but also found resistance before filling the gap. If we do get a failure tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll probably try to fill the rest of that gap, but if that does fail, I woid say that we would probably pull back down and retest the 50 MA. If we break up above the gap fill, might get a new all-time high, maybe like 61.40 or so. I think that's a little less likely than this failing right now, but it should be a consideration. That's it. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one.